or Pat Martinez, or, the diehards,
Yeah.
So,
Well, we get mixed up with Leon Springs a lot.
I think so. That must be because
Yeah,
I was like,
we do,
no, I
we
don't
do.
think so,
Yeah.
Charlie, it's my son. Okay. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Y'all ready? Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 19th, 2023, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And I just want to welcome everyone to our last City Council meeting of the year. I don't know where it's gone, but it's gone very fast. We do have a quorum. As you can see, all City Council members are present, and I'm going to ask our Santa Claus on our dais this evening, Council Member Will Bradshaw, to lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 2. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, R.E. City of Leon Valley versus Civil Action Number 5.21-CV-00381-OLG, Vitra D. Frederick versus the City of Leon Valley in the United States District Court of the Western District of Texas, San Antonio Division. So, at approximately 6:01, we will move to executive session and stand in recess till we get back. Thank you. To decide if I'm going to take my coffee and my water. I'm just going to take my coffee. I need to be, into it. Also, I don't think it's going to be that.
Hurry it up there, slow folks.
and then in the morning, or just tell her to come by my office, because I've got her chocolate balls. Those
So-
are good.
I bought her, or ordered her, for Christmas, light plants. It's like a terrarium,
Oh God, I have a tree on my desk for her.
and it's like a little, it's like those little fairy, terrariums where
Yes.
it has the little bird nest, it has the moss,
Cute.
it has 3 plants. And I just found out today that it's being delivered the day I fly out to California.
Here or at home?
At home. They're back. Okay.
Got it?
No, I'll have to reorder it.
You don't think they package them to live?
I don't know, I hope so.
Yeah.
Because I won't be back to work till the 2nd.
go home, there's nobody here.
They're in the executive session, we have to.
Where's the guest?
I don't know, maybe Christmas shopping.
Right, probably. You know, we got that air dryer after you talked to us. I mean, we won't
That's
have
right.
anything else.
Yeah? Yeah, I don't, you've got the convection one as well?
Yeah.
Or just the air
No,
fryer?
no, just the air fryer. Oh, it is? I'm
Anything in
telling
there?
you, we do everything.
My grandkids love it because I'll get the frozen fried mozzarella sticks from, H-E-B.
Yeah.
And just,
Yeah, we do the bacon, oh my God, I love it.
yeah, it's definitely convenient and cool. It keeps the house from getting too hot in summer, which is
Yes.
nice. I like that.
I'm glad you told me about it, I love it.
Yeah, especially if you don't have a lot of people in your house.
Oh, yeah, it's just two of us, so.
Yeah.
And the dogs.
Yeah, it makes it much easier.
All the building that they're doing on Eagle.
No, I don't get out. When I get in, I'm,
In and out, right?
no, I stay in the building. I don't really get out.
I mean, they tore everything out, that 92, those little houses they're gonna build.
Oh, yeah.
Next to St. John's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all cut down. I can't wait to see. But I don't know how they're gonna have the entrance.
It sounds a lot like the development at Hausman and 1604, which
Oh.
they're really, really cute.
They're supposed to be like little townhouses or garden homes.
That's what these are. I don't know if that's the, I don't know what you call this. They
Right.
have them in Bernie as well, but if you want to see some, they're right on the right. You take, really cute.
It'll be good. I mean, it's really nice for the neighborhood.
If that's the same thing, but it sounds like it.
But I'm concerned with, I wonder what's gonna happen with the,
Yeah.
I wonder they're gonna go ahead and put all the fire extinguishers in there.
I don't know. Thank goodness.
For that.
Anything. But
Great, how are you? Ask you, I just figured I'd see you tonight, so I'd ask you about it, if there was any. Yeah, on the, Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was,
I was in that conversation.
okay, that's good to know. Maybe I could just kind of get, things, maybe I'm misreading the level of detail that you.
That's reason,
Yeah,
yeah. So, because I don't think it's as much as,
okay, that's good to know then. That's probably true. I'm sure that I'm sure that my interpretation of it was more than. Okay, yeah, well, I guess let me talk to him
Yeah.
before I.
and so he will be in the office,
Okay.
and then that for,
Would you recommend that I try to set up a call and just email him and set up a call, or just give him a call? Okay. Sounds good, thank you, appreciate it.
very, and it,
Okay,
it might be a little bit.
okay, no worries.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I went driving this morning and, oh, yeah, they confirmed the. I've done over most of my right shoes are now. Yeah, it's Sam. Off the wall, I just done over for everybody. So.
not supposed to.
Say it.
She doesn't, Hassan.
They're gone.
They're going,
Yeah.
He's really nice. Hassan. I'm chasing Jesse.
If you wanna walk to the back and grab one, you could probably put it on that one here.
You know, like, the can't. Have to take a plastic skin off it.
Well, they had.
What's your response to that?
Well, no, I must have.
Instead, they're all like. Yeah, no, it's not. Good way to start with that. Hello. How are you? Good. Nice meeting you. That's not country. Great idea, question. They don't mind if it's not, they're hard workers, tell them, okay, they'll do what they're not gonna whine like that. Where's Pat? I don't know, he should be here.
Okay, good.
I'll call you. I mean, I'm not gonna, we're on this side anyway.
The mayor looks like a
Oh,
candy.
That's exactly what Josh said. He said, Mayor, you look like a candy cane. I didn't even think about that. I just thought red and red, you know?
Very nice.
You said candy cane.
Yeah, that's like a hard. No, I didn't really work.
got hard today.
Did you stay up late?
Huh?
Did you stay up late?
No, in fact, last night I went to bed early. Very early.
I went to bed at 3.
Three?
And then my husband decided to jump up in the bed and like breakfast medicine around all night. He probably ate
Merry Christmas.
Back then I was sitting on my recliner.
I'm 8.
I'm getting late. We have a deadline meeting. Oh, yeah. So I turned that on.
No intentions of that.
Very festive.
That's what we're, he is very festive. Mama Candy Cane, you're Santa Claus.
That's right. Oh, Grace got his Santa tie, or his snowman tie.
And we're gonna have a contest also?
There you go. Yeah.
I like that one. I don't think he understands.
Okay. All right. Yes, we're gonna.
Yeah, it's the sound is on, the video is not. We've been having problems since the zoning commission.
Okay, well, you can tell we're all in a festive spirit this evening. So we are back from executive session at approximately 6:37. And where's my pen?
So make sure you use your mics.
Yeah, I am.
Right there on the.
I knew I had it. Okay, 6:37. And agenda item number 4, possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary, and there's no action this evening. All right. So we move to the regular agenda at approximately 6:40 in the evening. And let me read that. 5.1, presentation. We do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance granting a zone change from B2 retail with sustainability overlay zoning district to B2 retail on approximately 2.32 acres of land located off Grissom Road, being lots 4 and 5, block 102, CB 4433, Timber Hill Apartments subdivision. This is the first read as required by city charter, so we will not have a vote this evening. And we have Mindy Teague, our planning and zoning director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. Yes.
So tonight, we have a request to rezone from B2 retail with sustainability overlay to just B2 retail. The use is an automatic car wash, which is not allowed, not permitted, and overlay, sustainability overlay district. The zone change is required for an automatic car wash to be developed. There's the area there. These 2 lots right here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the Timber Hill Commons apartments right here.
Mm-hmm.
So the owner will be required to replat the property and also obtain a specific use permit because it abuts a retail district, which is the Timber Hill Commons apartments. So the revenue would increase ad valorem taxes, sales tax for Leon Valley, and the applicant has paid all the fees with this project, and he is here tonight for any questions. And please forgive me for so congested tonight. So property owners were notified. We did not get any letters returned. We did get 1 phone call from the church, just asking questions, but they didn't have an opinion one way or the other. Just wanted to know what was going on.
Okay.
And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval at their last meeting.
All right.
And the developer is here. Yeah.
All right. And would you like to introduce him to the council?
Mr. Stan Jones.
Mr. who?
Stan Jones.
Dan Jones. Hi, Mr. Jones. How are you? Very good. Did you have anything else that you'd like to add to the presentation?
Thank you. I think just based on being here at the P&Z meeting, I guess it was a week ago, feels longer.
Last week.
Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for having me. I really appreciate it. I think there were just some kind of general questions about kind of my plans and, number of car washes in the area and things like that. And also intent on, what you guys want to do with the city and the vision of the city and those kind of things. And I didn't have a chance to talk to the group last time, but I mean, I'm from this area. I went to Taft High School. My dad lives 5 minutes down the road in Misty Oaks. So I have a vested interest in this area as well. And, kind of consider myself, local boy, so to speak. And, I've been driving past those areas on Grissom for literally 35 years. And there's not been a lot of new growth there, new things. And, like Roke and I were talking about prior to this, you start looking at that site in particular and you start running through your head on what could we build there, what could we put there. The site has challenges. If you go back to that initial, I think there was one back.
The aerial.
Yeah, the aerial. There's only one way into the site, even though I think right now it's platted for two different lots. Unfortunately, there's only one way into the site, and so, oh, sure.
You push to the middle, and it has a little red light.
Okay, terrific. You've got this entrance here, and then you've got this small entrance here, but that's a road coming down here from the apartment complex. It's really just a road to get to their trash, although it is an entrance, but you wouldn't be able to have a primary entrance there for anything to get to this particular site. So when I talked to the owners, they acknowledged that if there was something to be built, for example, here, you would have to have a road coming through here, which would pretty much take away usage on this particular site. So, you start thinking, well, what could we build here? And unfortunately, it would have to be the entire site. The site's an expensive site. The site has quite a bit of geography issues or topographic issues. And so the car counts, the fact that, in this particular area, there's not, for example, there's not a car wash, an automatic car wash with a belt system, which is what I want to do. A belt system is different than what you have now, which is you pull in, probably everybody's done it, where you pull in and your car kind of goes into, the wheel goes into these things that are about this high and you kind of get pushed along. Well, in those particular type of car washes, you can't have, for example, you can't wash dualies, you can't wash cars that are low to the ground. There's 4 or 5 different types of cars that are excluded. Nothing in the area has a belt system now. So that would be, just something different competitively that I think would offer a lot of value to the community there. And I also think that you guys already have a number of apartments in the area. For example, putting something there that adds value to what you already have, to me, makes a lot of sense. You have, for example, people that live in apartments, they don't have a driveway to wash their cars, so they typically use automatic car washes. So that, having something like that there provides a tremendous value to what you already have in the area, which is a number of new apartment complexes along that stretch there. That's just one example, but those are kind of my thoughts, my visions for the site, my plans. Happy to take any questions if you guys have it. Would love to answer anything.
Is this your first car wash?
It is. It is.
Okay.
So I'm currently the guys that built this complex here. I'm in a JV with them. I do apartments primarily, so that's how I got to know them. I'm currently in a deal with them in Seguin where we're building an apartment complex together, and that's kind of how I got sort of connected with them on this particular site. I wanted to build a car wash in 2020 and did spent a lot of time and money and research on the model. And just didn't do it for a number of different reasons. I got busy doing other stuff. And so when they approached me about this site, I actually just thought it would be great for a car wash. Still do, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, because there's quite a number of car washes in Leon Valley. I'm just thinking about 4 or 5, I think, already. So,
Yeah.
but you're saying you're different with this technology
Yeah.
that you're going to
I
be
think too,
implementing.
so, the car wash model has kind of evolved over the last 4 or 5 years. And, the ones, for example, that I know of in Leon Valley are all on Bandera Road. And so you've got a different traffic pattern there. Everything's sort of traffic pattern driven with the car wash. So you have completely different traffic patterns. Even though there's one right at Grissom and Bandera, there's a car wash that's a little bit older, a little bit of a different setup. But it's, like when I drove past there when I was kind of doing my research on this, the cars get backed up considerably right there on Bandera Road, so you can't turn in or out of that car wash, and I think it's very limiting for them. And I just use that as an example because if you're a consumer trying to use that particular car wash, it's very difficult, right? And so the traffic pattern on Grissom sort of alleviates some of that if you're coming from, say, where my dad lives, right? You're not going to have to go all the way to Bandera Road to get into one of those existing car washes that are there.
Right.
So.
Okay. All right. I really appreciate your input. Is there other questions, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Roscoe? Go ahead.
Just
And then
out of
we'll open it
curiosity,
up
how
for a
many
public hearing.
car washes do we have in Leon Valley, Mr. Salinas?
1, 2, 3,
We,
4.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
so, for the type of car wash he wants to do, which is just an automatic car wash, not a manual car wash where you wash your own car, this would be the third one in Leon Valley inside the city limits. We have 2 on Bandera, as he stated, and then if you look at a 2-mile radius, a 3-mile radius, all the other ones are in San Antonio. As he pointed out, so if you look at the map here, these are the circles, and please forgive the size of the circles. I was just trying to do this real quickly. So there's one here on Timberhurst. There's 2 right here on Culebra Road, and then the other 2 are here on Bandera. So he would be right here in the middle. And again, he would be the only one on Grissom Road. Once you're on Grissom, you're kind of stuck on Grissom for a while. So you're either hitting Bandera or you're hitting Culebra, one of the 2. So he would be the only ones here in the middle. But in the city of Leon Valley, we have 2 of these car washes. Like he said, we have 2 manual ones, so we have a total of 4.
4, that's right.
And
I
he
knew
would
we
be
had
number
4.
3 in our city limits, but he would be number 5 in a 3-mile radius. But the other 3 would be in San Antonio. He would be number 6. I'm sorry. The other 3 would be in San Antonio.
All right, thank
Then
you.
my next question is, out of the 200 letters that were sent out, were they just sent out to business owners or property owners, or were they sent some to the apartment complex?
It was sent to the owner of the property, the apartment complex.
Oh, really? Okay.
Not the tenants.
Yeah, there's a bunch of car washes going up all over San Antonio.
It's
And I did talk to one of our
lucrative
salesmen
business.
today, and he did say that the car business is really booming right now. As post-COVID, and people are more working and buying more cars, and there are going to be more cars in the road. I think it may just be financially advantageous for us to consider this in a positive manner that where will give me an opportunity to grow as a business, and we'll benefit the profits on that as well.
Right. Ad valorem taxes, I understand, but sales taxes, what do you sell that we get sell? You don't get it on the actual car wash, right?
So no, so
So-
you would collect very little sales tax from this unless he's selling air fresheners or things of that sort. Very little sales tax. From an ad valorem perspective, you're looking at roughly between $6,000 to $8,000 in increased ad valorem tax, because that is what a property similar to on Bandera Road would come in at. Our tax rate would be between $6,000 and $8,000 a year in property taxes.
Okay.
But he would not collect. You would collect if any sales tax. It'd be very, very small.
Okay. It was on the presentation, so that's why I was asking. All righty.
If I may.
Yes, you may. Go right ahead.
I did look at trying to, discussing with Roque their, needs of having additional sales tax within the city. I looked at trying to have a car wash here and then, along this side have like a little drive-through coffee kiosk, I don't know if you guys have seen the Brevity Coffee, which they're very, very small. They're like 150 square feet. They're tiny.
Right.
but unfortunately, just due to the fact that this is going to be the only way in and out of the site, it really limits the ability to have something additional. There's enough room on the site. The site's big enough because even though I think it's 2.3 total acres, there's actually only about 1.5 usable acres with the setbacks and various.
I think that's a great idea. I wish that would come to fruition, because
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
people
if
can
we could
get
get
their
an
car
entrance
wash
here-
and get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, everybody loves it.
Yeah.
And the thing about those coffee kiosks, they generate quite a bit of revenue and quite a bit of sales tax. But people just want ease of getting in and out of those. So I think if we could get an entrance right here, off of Grissom Road. But I talked to the engineer, and it doesn't sound like that's a possibility with TxDOT, unfortunately.
Right.
But I just wanted you to know, I did try. I wanted,
Sure.
I was thinking,
Well, thank
trying
you
to
for
think, hey,
that.
let's think outside the box here and see if there's a win-win, that's something we could do to generate additional sales tax for the city. But I just don't, unfortunately, think that.
Well, I'm also looking at this lot, and it's very heavily treed, and so that might be the next thing, is a variance on the trees, right?
Yeah, we.
So that's not the issue right now, so we won't go there, but I'm just
Yeah.
looking at how densely populated for the trees it is, so.
Most of the trees I
Yeah,
got,
yeah.
we looked at, actually got a report on Friday. Most of the trees are less than 6 inches, but there are a number that are greater than 6 inches. So,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask if there's any other questions on my left. Yes, Counselor Campos.
So, is there a possibility so the reason why we can't have a car wash is because of sustainability overlay for this particular property? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, so is there any possibility of granting the variance to allow a car wash with a sustainability overlay for this property?
I don't believe that's been done.
No, you can't do that. You
You
can't,
have to take it out.
you have to take it out of the sustainability overlay, or don't take it out of the sustainability overlay and don't allow the car wash there. You can't put something in an overlay where it's already clearly stated in the overlay that it's prohibited.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Martinez.
Couple items. Number one, I have been a big advocate of getting rid of the sustainability overlays. To me, they've caused more problems than they've solved. And maybe it was good, 10 years ago, before we tried to have a town center, and they were enacted to try to make a unique appearance for Leon Valley, which, since the town center didn't materialize, in my opinion, the sustainability overlays have caused great problems, and we've gone ahead and approved removing the sustainability overlay from properties. And like I said, I'd like to see the sustainability overlay completely.
We're currently
done away
working
with.
on that.
I know you are. So I'd be in favor of granting this. And the second thing is, I appreciate you coming before council, but I know why you're here. But in my opinion, you're a businessman. You want to build your business, and we should encourage entrepreneurs to build their business, and we shouldn't have to say that, oh, there's already 3 car washes here. There could be 15, and if you think you have something better and can make it work, more power to you. So, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Counselor Stevens.
I'm curious, who currently owns the land?
It's owned in a partnership.
You need to come to the mic.
Yeah, need the mic.
Pardon me. It's owned in a partnership with the gentleman that developed the apartment project.
Okay.
White Conley. They're the group that built the apartment complex, and then they had a partner, an equity partner. So it's owned in a partnership between them and then the equity partner who's based out of Florida.
Okay. Do you know what is the topographical reason or the justification of why they didn't add another apartment building over there? I'm sure they had a
yeah,
reason.
they had a reason. I'll tell you. Obviously I don't want to speak for them, but in speaking to them, this is the way that my understanding of why they did it this way. They had a similar project. It's at Huebner and Northwest Military. They built that project. It's called the Platinum at Chavano. Very similar project, about the similar number of units. And in that particular project, that the corner, of Hebner Road and Military, they carved out, I think it was a little bit larger, like 4 acres, and made that retail. And they did very, very well with it, just in terms of taking it, carving it out, selling it. They didn't build a retail center there. Someone else did, but it's a really big L-shaped retail center. So they just did they did well with it. And so I think their thought was, we can do the same thing here. But unfortunately, it's just a totally different piece of land than they had there. That corner at Military and Hebner is just flat and really nice. And this is not on a hard corner, and they only have the one entrance. They didn't get that other entrance off of Grissom. So
Yeah, I was just, because it makes sense, because it would be like a prime piece of real estate for like a retail type of establishment. I was just wondering why and I guess it also has to do with access.
Yeah, that's the real challenge here on this side is access. And then also you've got, like I mentioned, you've got about, from that corner, this top corner right here, down to this corner, you've got about 25 feet of drop.
Wow.
And so if you put one large retail building on here, for example, you put let's call it a 15,000 square foot building on that. It's
moving a lot of dirt around.
Yeah, you're moving a lot of dirt, and you're having a lot of site work that just adds to an already expensive site. So I think that there are builders that have been around San Antonio for 50 years. It's a second generation. 2 sons that run the company now. So they've been building apartments for 50 years. They have a lot of connections. I think they thought they would have a lot of interest in the site initially for retail, and it just didn't work out. And part of that's just the timing too with COVID and the cost of money nowadays and things like that, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah. No, it makes sense. It seems like this is kind of a piece of property that should be that will be inevitably developed at some point, and there's barriers for other things.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes sense why car wash it's more appropriately sized, and I guess with the slope issues also it'll save you probably $1 million there. So
yeah, it's quite a bit of it's quite a bit we're having to work with retaining walls and even for the car wash. But it's not near as much like building and foundation work on those buildings.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for those comments.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If there's no other comments from the council, I need to open up a public hearing at 6:58 on Tuesday, December 19th, and ask if there's anyone in our chambers that would like to address this this potential development on Grissom Road. Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing at 6:58, and we will not vote on this until the next meeting, which is January the 16th, I believe, 2024. And would the council like to put this on consent or in a regular meeting? Is the consent agenda. Okay, which means, Mr. Jones, that the council is in favor of your project, and so we'll just put it on the consent agenda on January 16th, and it'll be approved then. All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and thanks for choosing Leon Valley.
Oh, thank you.
You bet. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor and
Merry
Council,
Christmas.
and have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your holiday off. You bet. Moving then to agenda number 6 is citizens to be heard. Anyone in our chambers like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to presentations. Presentation 7.1, discussion and direction to staff on scheduling a strategic plan workshop. And we have Dr. Caldera, our city manager, here this evening to lead the discussion. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mm-hmm.
So I just need you to look at the calendar and tell me what date y'all want to do a strategic plan workshop.
I was looking at the dates, and I was thinking, of course, we have the town hall on the 27th, but the 30th and 31st is that last week, that we don't have a council meeting, and I don't know if that's too soon, or maybe, I don't know if y'all want to do it on a Saturday in February, the 3rd or the 10th, but anyway, those are just some suggestions. Like to get some input from the council on what you'd like, because we really do need citizen input on this. I think it would really help. This is the visioning of the city's future, so. The 3rd of February? Okay. The town hall's the 27th
Of January.
of January. So maybe skip a Saturday and come to the 10th, maybe? I don't know. It depends upon how hard y'all want to work.
Or you can wait till the spring. I mean, you can wait till March if you want to have the town hall on the 27th and then.
The 3rd of February will be fine. We could promote it at the town hall and ask people to come back, you know.
Yeah, I'm agreeable.
February 3rd, at what time would y'all like to? 9 o'clock and at the conference center? Or do y'all want to do it here in Chambers?
I think if you want to live stream it, it should be done here.
Okay.
If you just want to live stream the discussion. We can live stream on Facebook which we're going to do for the town hall meeting. But if you just want to have it on the record, it'd be good to do it here so it's live streamed.
Okay. What do y'all prefer?
It doesn't matter to me, either way.
Okay. So February 3rd seems to be the consensus?
February 3rd, but do we have it here or at the conference? Here? Okay. And we live stream it? Okay. All right, great. Well, we could have, it depends upon how many people, we could have tables maybe, you know, if we break out. That's what we did last time.
I mean, this first step is going to what we currently have and seeing if y'all want to amend what we currently have.
Okay.
And
All right.
so that's
February
that's really the discussion, is taking a look at our current strategic plan and just making amendments to our current strategic plan. And the directors already have started submitting some of their, some stuff we've already done that just needs to be deleted. So we'll make those recommendations to you that day. And then anything you want to add, whether it's from the citizens or from somewhere else, or if it turns into a bigger discussion and y'all want to wait and do another workshop or a survey or SWOT analysis or whatever you'd like to do, then we can certainly do this. But from the conversations we've had so far, is y'all just want to take a look at what we currently have and see if there's just some amended changes we need to do with it.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Then we will move then to the next presentation, 7.2, Dr. Caldera again. Presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on reprioritize pipeline for calendar year 2024.
So as it's been our tradition, we come at the second meeting in December to take a look at the reprioritization of the pipeline. I submitted recommendations of what I thought should be deleted. I'm recommending that you delete the police policies. We've kind of already been there, done that. We've submitted a lot of the police policies. And there's always available. So if you have questions on police, we can always bring those to you. If you want new ones, we're more than happy to add them. The next thing is the fluoride survey results. We've brought that back. We're not going to make any movement unless a grant appears, so I think that one can be deleted. And then all the stuff that we've completed for this last calendar year just needs to come off so we can start a new calendar year of completed items. And so that would be the last several pages of your current pipeline. And then we'll leave some of the things that are kind of like ongoing. I'm waiting for the John Marshall Huebner sign to be installed, and that's the end of January. So when that happens, then that one will actually move to your completed list. And then next year, you'll be able to remove it from your items. I do have a couple of questions on what you have on your current pipeline list, because I need to know what to actually bring to y'all. So my first question has to do with the speed humps is one, and the personnel manual. Mr. Martinez, you added the personnel manual. We do still have some administrative changes we need to bring to y'all in the new year that just need to be cleaned up. Is there anything specific you were looking for in the personnel manual that I need to bring to you?
No, just update it. That's basically it, just updating it.
Okay. So, of course, we're going to bring back the water rates. Melinda will have a presentation for y'all at the second meeting in January, or to answer your questions or follow up from your next meeting. She will also be bringing the Heavner erosion. Since y'all have made the field trip out there, I need to know what plan y'all want to take, what action you want to take with that. I need some formal action from Councilor Orozco and Bradshaw if you're going to have the Economic Development Advisory Committee look at the sign code ordinance, so we can add that on the agenda. We're dealing with the Seneca West project, and we'll be, sorry, this doesn't have a thing on it.
At the town hall.
At the town hall meeting. And then there's some regulations regarding front yard fences. And so if I remember correctly, y'all wanted to take a look at that provision, but I don't remember who added that and for what purpose.
Does anyone remember?
No?
Do we
Okay.
keep it on? Do we take it off? We just,
I think as a matter of fact,
approach it
that's
on an as-needed basis as it comes to us?
I think it came up when somebody wanted, not the last fence one, but the one before that, and I went to go look, but I don't know who added it, and it said date to be determined, so I don't think I ever got clarification as to what it
I
was.
think take it off, because
Okay.
we already can allow 4-foot fences in the front. Do we really want 6 and 8-foot fences in the front?
Oh, maybe it was former Counselor Hefner, okay. Delete front yard fence, okay. The next is, Tiger Sanitation, which we're currently, on, and y'all will review that survey tonight. Melinda's still looking at the silo design. Zoning Commission is in current review of the sustainability overlay. We're still in negotiations with Bear County as far as an interlocal agreement with the stray animals, so we'll be bringing that back to you hopefully in the next new year. The neighborhood citizen survey, which we'll be discussing this evening, and then the personnel manual, establish neighborhood boundaries, that has to do with the master plan. And Mindy's trying to get a university to do it. The economic community development, that's part of the sustainability overlay review, so we're waiting on that. Now that they're building at the Triangle property, do you want to take a look at a 4-way stop? Because we'll probably have to come back for a budget adjustment for a traffic study on that.
I do, because I think that's going to add to the, but I don't know when. I don't know if we do it right now or we wait till it's more complete. But I know there's a blind spot as you're coming up over on Evers if you're going towards Paws.
And former councilman, Mr. Rudy Garcia,
Right,
has
he
been a
lives
big
there.
advocate of putting a 4-way stop there, so I know it stays on the pipeline. I'm just trying to figure out when you want it. The direction from the council at the time was to wait for the development of the Evers property, and y'all, that's kind of moving forward, so I just didn't know if you want it now, if you want to wait for the development, what y'all would like to do with that.
I think we need to wait for further development, don't y'all?
I mean, it'll just stay there, it's fine, I just want to,
Because,
I don't want to
we don't know what the impact is yet, but they will, I think there will definitely be an impact. I don't think we're going to be able to cross Evers there at Forest Meadow without a stop sign, to be honest with you.
And then there's the interlocal agreement.
Excuse me.
For the outreach person, we just haven't gotten back, the county hasn't gotten back to us on the actual interlocal agreement. Is there anything else that the council would like to see us take action on in the next coming year so we can add this to, there, I missed you, I'm sorry. We have the speed hump policy changes.
Oh.
Councilman Orozco, I know that was one of your ads, but I don't know exactly what you want from the speed hump policy. If there's something in particular you would like to change from the policy so we can bring that back to you?
No, I don't believe that
Or
was
was
mine.
it compost? Oh, it was compost.
Okay.
I was the one that added
Okay.
it, and I'm trying to see, what is the requirement? Do we need to update that for people who actually are residents?
So we just did that last year with the speed hump, and they changed the percentage because it came up with
Was
Ms.
90%.
Yeah, it was 90%,
Yeah.
but we reduced it. And you could be you can be a renter as well.
It
and not
used to
just
be
an owner. So
homeowners
they
only, yeah.
So they just changed it right before you got onto council. So would you like me to just send you the current ordinance and then, okay. The discussion on the strategic plan. And Councilor Roscoe, you were the one on the presentation on legislative changes and the impact to our city. Did you still want that presentation?
Who's that? Was that
I think it was
Councilor
Councilor
Orozco?
Roscoe
On
for the legislative change
changes?
updates, no?
No, I don't believe that was mine either.
No? Oh, sorry, I'm over here calling you out, it's not even
I'm
you.
glad we're going
That's
through
all right, I
this
put my name
because,
on everything.
Yeah, well, and that's why I wanted to
Yeah.
do it. I just like to clean it up, make sure it's added. I mean, there was a lot of legislative changes in this last legislative session. We're compliant. You've seen us bring that stuff back to you. We're getting ready to bring a TABC one. A change that happened in September is you can't charge a liquor permit license if they're already being charged with TABC. If you are a public health district, and technically because we're part of the county, we're part of a public health district, so we have to remove that fee. So we're bringing those to you, and so what we do, if we have something on the books that isn't in line with the legislation, we just don't adhere to it until we bring it forth. But just kind of like the curfew ordinance, that kind of thing. We make sure.
And that's exactly what it was, Doctor.
Oh.
That was the only issue about the
Okay.
legislative.
Okay, so I'll remove that.
okay. Oh, the silo design is still on there.
Yeah, and Melinda's just getting quotes from people, but she said she'll have something for y'all in the next beginning of next year.
Okay.
Is there anything else y'all want to see for the next
I just
year?
had a few questions as I went through it. And of course, this was on my pages, but we had on there the AV equipment that you had,
So that's coming to you. It's not. It's in
Okay.
the
I was.
in the ongoing policy. We staff has a plan with that.
Okay.
And so we'll be bringing something back to you next year.
And is that for the chambers or for the conference center?
No, it's for the chambers.
For the
Well, it
chambers.
might be actually be for both, depending on how much money we have.
Okay, because on our pipeline, it was conference center, so.
Yeah, it's. I think it's at council chambers and conference center.
It just said
The council
conference center, yes,
So it's
what I
both.
have. Yeah,
But we're
okay.
taking a look at being able to use our PEG funds finally and getting a
Oh,
public access
you know what,
channel.
it was two different,
Yeah,
yeah, it was
I-
conference
so-
and, but it was two different entries,
Okay.
page 19 and page 22. Then I had another question on page 25, this was in my packet. We received a payment of $7,000 on April 20th, 2023 for the opioid settlement. Are we going to receive any other payments?
Yes, you'll continue until you hit 30. I think it's 32,000.
And is it going to be an annual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very
Annual
good. I just
disbursement.
want that clarification. Okay, that's all
Dr.
I had.
Cordera,
Yes, Councilor Orozco.
One of the hot issues that's on next door is about the puppy stores.
Yeah.
And not so much of the puppy mills and all that, but their deceptive practices of financing. And apparently, one of our citizens got shortchanged by $500 due to the contract. And I know, I talked to Mr. Salinas, he's going to check on that. I don't know, I was going to ask your opinion. Do you think that we should put it on there just to follow up there? I can just get a report from Mr. Salinas.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at something very specific such as
We
that,
talked
it's like
about
more
it.
of a criminal thing. And to be perfectly honest with you, I mean, whatever Mr. Martinez finds out, even if they did short them the $500, they'd have to file a complaint with the police department. If there's the way the contract is written and there's some sort of loophole and that's why they weren't charged and he can provide that information to you, then he can certainly provide that information to you. But we don't get involved in individual transactions with any business.
Okay, I'll just follow up with Mr. Salinas.
But you and I discussed, can we limit the number of puppy stores in the
You would
city?
have to do a district, and so if you allow them in B2, you allow them in B2.
So now we have 3, but, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I'm just saying, we're probably going to be the puppy land city. Counselor Stevens.
So I echoing off of Councilman Orozco's, I don't know, I haven't researched this at all, but I am wondering if we're able to create any ordinances that are consumer protection oriented. If that makes any sense, to where we set maximum amounts with misdemeanor financial penalties for businesses that violate. I don't know if localities do that in Texas. I mean, there are consumer protection laws.
Correct.
But I don't know.
I think that's
I don't know if you
legislative.
can, and I don't
Isn't it
know if you
legislative?
can, I don't know if you can have a city ordinance, because and then what if we find them in violation of a consumer, what would be the violation to that business? I can't shut them down. I can fine them, say they don't pay the fine.
Yeah,
Okay?
well, so
But
no,
what's
but
the-
you could require, so what I'm getting at, consumer transparency related laws, where you require them to have a piece of paper. So, and I don't know the exact details of this because I haven't talked to this person, but so if they're charged $500, a non-refundable, some type of fee for just applying for finance for an animal, or for anything for that matter, if a business that does that, if we mandate that they show that they have a clearly written form, maybe that we write for them on a yellow sheet of paper instead of a white sheet of paper, and if they aren't providing that to consumers, a copy of it, that they could be fined with a $500 misdemeanor violation. So I think there are like that type of consumer protection, but it's more in the realm of forcing businesses to be transparent in the interest of consumer protection than.
I see what you're saying. I can get with the city attorney and see what we can do, and I can provide you an update, or we can bring it back to you. I don't know enough about consumer protection law, whether or not, I've not seen that in another municipal city, where I've seen it with financial institutions where you, like high payday loan lending institutions, where they're required to provide you certain information up front, you know.
Is that local related, or?
That's not local. It's part of the state law in regards to those types of financial institutions. I don't know if it would apply to this. If they're touching their credit, like if they're hitting their credit in order to see if they qualify for financing, I know that there's some requirements that you have to sign certain documents. I just don't know what those are off the top of my head, or whether or not they're allowed under the local guidelines. I would have to check with our city attorney on that.
And can we check with the Better Business Bureau? I'm sure they got some guidelines, and I understand that they do have, sometimes they do classes, or sometimes they.
I think it would just apply to all businesses that would be checking credit. Like, it wouldn't just be for puppy-related credit checks. You know what I mean? I think it would have to apply for any.
Well, yeah. So from my and again, I don't know the details of this, but from my understanding, it would be more of a. And again, I don't know how this is locally legislated, other than forcing like some type of transparency. But if anybody applies for financing on anything,
right,
that you cannot charge a $500, that the maximum charge you can apply is $50 non-refundable fee to apply for financing, and it has to be on a yellow sheet of paper written in this certain way, or else you can be fined with a misdemeanor violation, something like that.
Let me take a look at that, because yeah, it doesn't sound right? Like, pay $500 just to check your credit, and if you don't qualify, we still keep the $500. It doesn't sound right, but I don't know if we can pass local laws to prohibit that. Maybe we can. Maybe we'll, but I don't know.
Yeah, I just know there's statutes
Yes,
that
there
govern, and that's at the legislative.
Level.
Yeah, so I don't know
So I'd
about
have to
local.
check with
Yeah.
Art, because we can't. We would only be able to make whatever law is more restrictive. We couldn't make it less restrictive. So I just have to figure that portion out.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Martinez. Thank you for raising your hand.
Two things. Number one, I don't like, and I've talked to the chief about it, I don't like the guy at the new puppy mill standing in the median.
Yeah, so that's a separate, I don't want to
Yeah.
get on the puppy mill
Yeah,
item.
that's right.
Do you want to add an item to the pipeline that says you don't want signs in the median?
Yes.
So that's under your sign code, and that's going to the economic development group.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know if there's any way we can really regulate the puppy mills, but other than outline them like San Antonio did. And
Yeah,
or
that was what I was thinking. They had outlawed them, not the puppy mills. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And the
you can't sell,
payday lending. They did that, and so then they come to the suburbs. So, but
I don't know if we could really outlaw them like San Antonio did, but.
You can. You all have addressed that ordinance 3 times since I've been around, so y'all have just chosen not to. Yeah, it's been, the last time it was tabled indefinitely.
that's right.
And one other thing, back previously, you mentioned on there about the dog, housing the dogs right now. I understand Public Works is building a kennel or doing some upgrades.
Innovating.
We have 3 kennels there. There are holding kennels, and then you have Paul's Ranch. We don't have a shelter, right? So they go to Public Works, then they go to Paul's Ranch.
Okay, I understood Melinda was redoing it or moving it to a different
It
area.
says it in your report.
Yeah, she's moving it around. I mean, where it's located, she's shifting it over. Some of the fencing needed to be repaired. She's not building new. They're already there. She's just remodeling it or
Renovating.
cleaning it up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I heard. Okay.
Just fixing it.
Okay. Anything else? Yes, Counselor Campos, thank you for raising your hand.
Can we go a little further down to the traffic issues with Marshall High School?
Oh, yeah.
So what are the next steps?
We're done. So all we're waiting for is the sign. A component of the sign was delayed until January. And so the sign should be installed by the end of January 2024. And then we're done.
It's that
We put in the
mast.
speed pads.
Yeah.
We did everything we needed to do in Monte Robles. After the sign is put in, we're done. Other than you can turn Monte Robles in. We've gone through this. A gated community. We went through the whole putting in
that's
a
right,
wall,
before you were on the
blocking
council.
off an entryway. So what they decided on was a school zone and speed pads, and so that's what we're doing.
And so have we found that to be effective? I mean, I'm,
No, until the school zone officially goes in, and it won't go in until at the end of January 2024.
okay.
So they're hoping that by slowing down the traffic, that you'll be able to come out.
Speed pad, sorry, the
Counselor.
speed pad does seem to be helping some because people slow down and right where it's at, there's a stop sign.
Yeah,
And before,
right.
people always just blew through that stop sign. So they go over it. It seems like
They
a lot
see
more
the
people.
stop sign.
Yeah, they slow and they stop, and then they see how fast they can go to the corner.
Yeah,
Seems like
Okay.
it's working better.
Yeah, but it's not a speed hump, it's a speed
Pad.
pad.
Yeah.
And I also thought that we were going to increase our police officer after when they came back from holiday, remember?
We
Yeah.
try to make sure that we make extra trips
Yeah.
through there after, like the summer break when people aren't normally going through there, after Christmas break.
Right.
We try to make it, and we've been trying to work with the district as much as we can to, kind of share responsibilities in that particular area. But there's
Right.
just not enough staff to go around sometimes.
Yep. But that's the goal, so, okay. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you so much for the cleanup, and so we'll get a fresh copy next time. Okay, very good. All right, moving then to agenda item number 7.3, presentation and possible action on the trash neighborhood survey. And this will be presented at the town hall meeting. So Dr. Caldera would like us to finalize that this evening.
Hold on, I was going to get the Word document up.
Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't in my packet. I don't know why. It wasn't in the packet either? Okay, good. I had seen it when I
It
met
was
with
on the
Dr.
online packet, because I've.
Yeah,
had
I
it
didn't
on-
get it in my packet, my paper packet, but that's okay. You and I had already gone over it, so, before.
Okay, so,
Counselor.
Do you want us to stop you as you go along in this?
yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna try really hard to, I was gonna do it in the Word doc and then just make changes on the Word doc, but I don't know if that'll be more or less effective. So,
Might be-
Okay.
actually, yeah,
That
here,
might be
Rogan,
good.
come up here, and the Word doc is up.
There you go. Good idea.
There it goes, okay.
Oh, thank you, Roque.
All right, so the first one is demographic questions. So first off, we asked for everybody's feedback back in October. The only people that sent in feedback was the mayor and Councilor Martinez. So I incorporated their proposed changes as we go over it, so you can tell me yay or nay or what y'all want to do. And so on the demographic side, we have the age of the respondent, gender, whether they're a resident or business owner, and then we get into the quality of service. We take a look at garbage collection.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm just going to propose it and see if y'all have any idea or have a preference. But what about for the question number 2 where it says resident and business owner? What if we business owner is good, but then a homeowner and in a renter?
So she has that as her amended change, and so if that's, you want to add that, then that's where I would put it. I just put all of her additions
At the bottom.
end.
Oh, okay. And
I did too. I agree.
And
with
so,
that.
so then I can add that if everybody's okay with that, adding whether they're a renter or owner.
Yeah,
of the home.
right. Counselor Campos.
I think in that section, it would be helpful if we knew what neighborhood they were from.
That's up to y'all. I mean, I don't know why it would necessarily,
There-
but I don't know, maybe like Monty Robles.
Councilor
I think
Bradshaw,
that's
go
valid
ahead.
because you might have different service in different neighborhoods. I don't know. Just
Oh, you
seems-
mean
And
as far as
different
the service?
street widths, like,
Well, so here's the issue with the neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
I call the mayor's neighborhood Forest Oaks. She calls it Forest Oaks Estate.
No,
And
no,
I
no,
got-
I call mine Forest Oaks.
Oh.
It's people call Forest Oaks Estates Canterfield 1 or 2.
That's where you get all confused.
Yeah, that's
on
where I get,
all
it's
those
always been
neighborhoods.
Forest
So I don't
Oaks
name 'em
Estates
right.
since I've lived here.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
And
what
nobody
they're-
knows.
Yeah,
the
people
neighborhood.
might not know what they
Yeah.
are,
Like
what
you
neighborhood
What I-
they're in
what
anyways.
I- And so, and then if I put a line for y'all to put in your neighborhood, you're gonna get the same mix. I'm gonna have some people call it Canterfield, I'm gonna have some people call
Right.
it Forest.
What about if you just put street name? Then we can.
That's street name.
Well, so that's
Yeah.
how we're gonna find out, like, cause you're required to put in your street name in order to fill out the survey online, because
Okay.
we're only supposed to receive you can't have, I'm gonna use Eric as Eric fill out 10 surveys, so that's how we knock out, people. If I get 10 surveys from 6,400 Alberti, we only take 2 surveys. So we get the street, but it's part of when you get ready to submit the online form.
So, okay, so are we doing 2 survey, because, okay, are we mailing out 2 surveys?
So what I'm going to do is what y'all did the last time for the bond survey is mail out 2 surveys and then put the survey online. And then the way we did it for the bond survey was we put it in an Excel spreadsheet. And then that was the raw data. And from the bond survey, it looks like most people just filled out one or the other. We didn't have a whole lot of
Right,
people
they
filling out.
So are the pieces of paper that are getting mailed out, the tangible forms, are they having, is there like an identifier on them?
Yeah, so we've done surveys, we've had this conversation before. When I've done the survey, I do an identifier. We actually met with the business, so this may be coming to you prior to me actually mailing it out. I'm gonna do the samples, whatever y'all come up with tonight, we're gonna give at the town hall meeting. I'm gonna keep them as 2 separate samples. Town hall meeting sample and then worldwide, citywide survey. So we're gonna keep them as 2 separate samples just to kind of see if they kind of mesh a little bit, but you're gonna keep them as 2 separate samples and we're gonna do a run through of this survey at the town hall meeting. I'm looking at a company, and right now they proposed, it's about $6,000. They'll do the survey for us, they send it out, and they track geofencing and IP addresses and all of that great stuff. And so I got to look into it a little bit further in order to bring that item back to you to see if that's something.
See, so
y'all are
that's
more
not, that's
interested
still not solving the problem. So if I want to have a strong opinion on this and where mine counts more, I can go online and fill it out twice. I can fill out 2 paper forms. I have 4 surveys there.
Right. So we used to do, so it's one or the other. So if I do it online, I can't, there's not really, you can do an identifier, you can do an IP address, you can do a geofencing. And if you just do it that way, you're fine. Or I can just mail out surveys and not do the electronic version of the survey and just do identifiers. If you do both, they don't mesh well.
No, I don't think we're speaking the same language. So what I meant by that is if on each paper survey, if we had a unique a code,
Right.
like a bunch of letters and a bunch of numbers, and in order to go online and to even access that, they have to type in the code. Now, if that survey if that piece of paper with that code on it shows up in the mail,
You've
it's
already counted it.
disregarded, it's thrown away because they did it online.
Right.
If that, is that what we're,
So the problem, we've done it one
yeah,
time before with the identifier.
right.
The mayor will remember this. It does the same. So what happens is there are people that I don't check my mail. I don't go to my mail. I was seeing the survey. I don't get the mail. My mailbox gets broken into. All of this, we don't have mailboxes. Shadow Mitt, we didn't get it. We're being left out. We have mailbox issues. The mail didn't come. I didn't know it was an identifier. You're not giving me an opportunity to fill out the survey. I've gone through, I don't like doing surveys here because staff gets smashed either way, whether the questions aren't the way they should be, whether we didn't calculate things the way we should, whether they should have identifiers, not have identifiers. We get held to the fire in regards to surveys. So I don't like to typically do them because no matter what, if it doesn't come out to the way somebody wants them, we did something wrong.
so should we only do paper then?
And so paper would be the most trackable, but you're gonna have people like myself and maybe you. I check my, because everything I get is electronic. I check my mail once every 2 weeks. Like, I don't go to my mailbox that often. And so everything I get is emailed to me or done electronically. Like, so I wouldn't get that paper survey to probably after the due date. that's just me. So I don't know if there's that other generation that's out there that does the same thing that I do. I mean, but yes, paper surveys or I can put a post on social and say, please check your mail and make sure you're filling out the paper survey. We've had great success with paper surveys in the past. In 2014, we had a really good turnout for
20%, I think.
It was real, or just a really good turnout. But we did get a lot of hit from not having an electronic version of that survey. And so it was like I think it was on the survey, or people commented that we didn't provide that survey electronically. They don't want to stop and drop it back into the mail, because we put returned envelopes. It was expensive because you're sending the stamp to send it, and you put a returned envelope that's like postage returned, you know, and for them to send it back. So we were paying the return postage back for, you know, 4,000 homes, you know. So it does get quite expensive to be able to do it, but you do get more feedback in that regard. But yes, if you want to make sure that people aren't double filling out the surveys, you would put a survey with an identifier on the survey, and we've done that before, and it was a really good turnout, and I think probably one of the most well done surveys that we did.
And St. Mary's helped us with that.
Not that one.
On 2014?
That was the 2014, but the one I did with identifiers, that's the one, I did that one separate.
Okay.
That one was, St. Mary's wasn't the identifier.
Here's the issue and I guess what I'm getting at is, in the Capitol facilities, is kind of a good example, because it was online, and the papers were mailed out. Then people obviously, unlike the Capitol facilities, where the people that lived in apartments would fill these, because frankly, it doesn't matter what the people in apartments care about regarding trash survey, because they aren't really, they have no control over that anyway. But unlike that, then we had copies of the surveys that went around. People were doing it online. People were doing it, the one that came in the mail. And then you get a result, 50-50, which pool do you want to close? And you know that some people have filled out that survey 6 times. Some people may have filled out one of the papers that were mailed to them. And so it's almost like it's a waste of, why are we even analyzing this if certain people abused it, especially when you get to the close margin ones. And I have a feeling there might be some of these, there might be close margins, and you don't want to have a feeling in the end that you know, that one person abused the system type of thing.
So, I mean, we can go paper, all paper, and use identifiers.
Can I ask you, before Mr. Martinez, I know you had your hand up, but I just want to ask you, what's this company that you want to use?
Well,
what do they recommend?
They use geofencing and IP addresses for the electronic portion, but then that means if you go with them, you're not using the paper version.
Okay, I got you. I just wanted to distinguish that.
It's just more of like, are your residents more likely to fill out a paper version, or are you more likely to fill out the electronic version? Because I don't want them to cross.
Okay. Councilor Martinez.
To me, it sounds like going with that company would be the best solution.
If you want to do we can do
but
both.
see, we can also put in the e-news, and we can put it in the
Lions Roar?
Okay. So, you know, we can let people know to expect that survey.
Yeah.
And everybody has a computer, or at least they have a cell phone they can go through and answer the questionnaire. So I think to solve the issue, I say let's go with the company.
Okay. And do we need to say one per person? I mean, isn't that obvious?
So
I mean, you know.
Normally what you do is you do an identifier. We normally send 2 to a household. However, you do have some residents that have 4 or 5 adults, because now you have kids living with their parents that happen. And so you do have more adults living in one household sometimes, and they all have their own opinion. But the last time we did the bond survey, we only mailed out 2 surveys per household.
Well, okay, so this is a little bit different, because the bond survey, I understand you have 2 people that have conflicting opinions, and one wants that pool and the other pool and a splash pad. This is different. One person pays the waste management bill, and so maybe we should say 1 per address. And if there's 2 people that disagree, you better figure out what you're going to put on that survey before you put it in the mail or you do it online. Like, there's no reason to give 2 per address. Right?
True. I didn't think about that. That's a good point.
So far I've got 1 per address, identifiers, and paper survey. Okay, so.
Anyone else?
I thought we heard electronic.
He did electronic. He's saying paper
only. I'm fine with, if we choose one or the other. I'm okay. I think my parents, older adults are more apt to do a survey if there's like a QR code. I think people are getting used to QR code, like an identifier, a unique identifier embedded in the QR code, which I'm sure that company could do.
They can.
And if we're doing one per address, that really simplifies the process. So you have one QR code. Older adults, like, I think are okay at QR codes, so they can follow that.
Ray, he's not trying to get personal with you.
No,
Do you use the QR code, Mr. Orozco? You have to when you go to a restaurant now, you just do.
okay. It's true.
Dr. Cordero, isn't there a process in the post office where you get an account where you stamp the return letter and you only get charged
For the ones that get
ones that are
returned.
coming
Yeah,
in?
absolutely. It's still not cheap. I'm still paying the first initial 60 cents to
Delivery,
mail
yes.
out or whatever it is. I don't even know what a stamp costs. That's horrible.
But instead of putting a
It's-
stamp on the
but
return envelope.
63
Is it
cents.
63 cents? Yeah, I said
Yeah.
62. So 63 cents, you're already sending that out, and then if they send it back, it's a little bit less, but when they get it, when you
Okay.
get it sent back.
That's-
But yes,
and-
yes, we do.
and
And we
with
already have
Stevens,
an account. We did
I'm-
it with the bond survey.
I'm okay either way.
Would y'all, because again, guys, we have a year. This is why I'm starting this process early.
I
because
know.
Trash is sacred, and I wanted to have these conversations with you early on so we can have this done out. I want y'all to go through the questions, get the survey the way you want the survey. The delivery part, what I can do is have the company give y'all a quick little demo before me so you can see what it does and you can ask all the right questions, because at the end of the day, I don't want you to think it does something that it doesn't. And so I'd like them to give you a little demo. And so we've sat through three so far of survey companies
Okay.
that do this, and that was one of the reasons, because I was trying to get the city's, staff's hands out of the pot. And so we've been sitting with those companies. So the one that we liked was today. We can have them come and do a little demo for you, but I want y'all to reel in on these questions, and then how we deliver it out can be a secondary conversation.
Okay.
about
Let's
that.
go through the question.
All right. We do have a citizen that would like to have a comment. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Doesn't seem like there's a decent solution to this survey. And I think in the past we've seen, I don't know that they've been very effective, to be honest. So, I would say this. How much are we going to expend in trying to give the perception to the community that we want their input? Obviously you do, but what about the old-fashioned idea of, hey, show up to council meetings, show up to town halls? And I know that the dilemma that's come up is town halls, there's only a certain segment of the community that comes out for those. But honestly, people love to whine, and for the most part, people ignore these surveys. So what are we going to spend on this, and is it really going to be effective? I think recent history shows that I don't think it really gives us a good assessment of where people are at. So maybe the idea of using the Lions Roar, using, our social media to let people know, hey, if you feel strongly about this, show up to council meetings, show up to various town halls. I think you guys are wasting a lot of time. We're going to end up wasting money on something that isn't going to give you a really clear indicator of where people want to go with this. So, and I know it was a controversial topic 4 or 5 years ago. I will say this. I'll give Tiger credit. They've come a long way. And I think they've been, for the most part, it was a tough road, but I think they've been pretty responsive.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So we're gonna continue through the questions here. And again, if you'd like to stop, just raise your hand and I'll call on you, and then we can make those changes. Okay.
And then just so we can go over the process,
Yeah.
the first thing is the survey. Then I'm going to ask council to elect a committee to help go over a proposal, and then the committee will be a part of going through the proposals.
RFPs.
Yep. So y'all each will elect a person to sit on this committee to review those proposals on trash rate. Again, I've gone through trash RFQs in my time here, and trash is a very sacred thing here. And so I just want to make sure the community really feels like they have input if we're going to change trash services. So, okay, go ahead, Rokim. The first one is on garbage, current service. It's on garbage collection, and so it just talks whether the current service is good. So excellent, good, acceptable, poor, or poor. The next is the recycling collection and whether or not it's reliable, and so they're going to vote on that. and then their current customer service. And then what me and Melinda get a lot of complaints on from Tiger, when we originally signed the contract, some of the promises that they made was like immediate, and you get these calls too, customer service, that they would have somebody answering the phone. They have like a 24/7, like not 24/7, but during business hours, somebody would always pick up the phone. The majority of complaints Melinda and I get, or the mayor get, is that they can't get a hold of anybody. They have to leave a message, call return. So I just want to know if you're going to be reviewing the RFP, if Tiger does bid on us, because I don't know if they will, that needs to be taken into consideration, because what they promised to us during those initial meetings was that they were always going to have somebody answering the phone, and that doesn't seem to be the case. They're on hold for a really long time, and we hang up. That's been the majority of the complaints I've gotten as city manager, not so much on reliability, but more so on the customer service.
Customer service, definitely.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
For
Councilor.
number 3, I'm sure.
Number 3?
Yeah, question number 3.
Okay.
I think we should have a fifth choice on there. Because, there could be some people that haven't had any complaints, and
That's a
Oh,
good
that's
point.
true.
Okay.
Well, then you would have to add it. No, that's right. Everybody has.
Yeah. Or none or something. I'll come up with something. Yes, ma'am. So that's 4, 5, and 6. And then if you weren't satisfied with your problem, then it's an open-ended question. They would have to explain why they weren't satisfied. I'm not a big fan of open-ended questions, because when you put them in data and survey data collection, they're a little hard to kind of determine. The next set of question is, currently the city has once a week trash collection. So prior to Tiger, the city had twice a week trash collection. And one of the complaints that we still get is that y'all pay, or the citizens pay more for less service. What I think people didn't understand was that twice a week pickup was going to go up
Anyway. Yeah, we never experienced
and so
it
that wasn't
yet.
really communicated. But if you want twice a week, if you're that passionate, yes or no, if you want to do that. And then if yes, how much more? And I just came up with these numbers.
Yeah, I
mean,
just said we need to know how much they're willing to pay. Yes, Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, so currently now, we pay about $20 a month.
Okay.
These are not good brackets for
Okay.
that.
I didn't know. I asked
Because
the
we're
mayor.
starting at 5, that's way too much. And I don't know the exact increments, but I think we should put down to like $1 to maybe $1 to $5.
Twice a week, so you don't think it
No,
would
for
double?
all, I'm talking about like all the ones where we have, if you are willing, how much more. It should be smaller increments than,
Okay.
because
Yeah.
frankly, if they add one bulk pickup for the year, we aren't going to double in cost. Like, that doesn't make logical sense.
So
And,
$1 to $2.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, or 1 to
Yeah, something like
So
that,
what
yeah.
my
1 to
fear,
3,
one of
4
my
to-
fear is that I think if you do ask for the proposals on unlimited or adding one bulk pickup, it is going to be up there, because Tiger's come up and asked for almost a 7% increase, which we denied. I mean, so I think when you go out and you'll see this, like if you look, I think the city of Helotes, if you look up that news article, they went out for RFPs on their trash service, and they came in quite high for all of the bids. Like they didn't. So
Right.
I don't know.
No,
again, I
but
don't
what
know.
I'm saying is, we should ask the citizens, we need to give them the option. Okay, if this is going to be the options, that's fine.
Oh, no,
We need to put 1 to 5, though. We don't have that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
because that's how I'd vote on some of these things, 1 to
Well,
5.
also I think we need to have, currently, you are paying
Well, I don't-
$20
everybody's-
per month.
Well, everybody's different, right? Like I don't.
No,
think-
we're all the same.
Everybody's $20. I don't.
All the residents are the
I
same
mean,
exact
well,
amount.
I
It's
mean-
about
Paying for
$20.
trash.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, I think you can have a big trash
65
can
every
or a
quarter.
small trash
Yeah,
can.
it's
And I
different
have
if
the
you have a
small
small.
trash can.
Oh,
And
that's
it's,
right.
but it's $1 difference or
Every
something,
There's very
like you were
little
saying.
difference.
But I think we need to say so they can see.
Well, but you should know what you pay in trash service. I mean, I'm not going to say majority of residents pay 20. You should know what you pay, right? So you know what you pay. You
Well,
pay it every
okay.
quarter. So
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
mean, you should know what you're paying.
So
what
I-
are you willing to pay more?
My
of?
Well, it's
suggestion,
a quarter.
my suggestion to
It's
this is to
$58
just,
a quarter.
I wouldn't put the 16, the no limit, or maybe do, I think 1 to 5 needs to be an option.
Got it.
And then maybe the last choice should be like 15 plus or something like that. Obviously, nobody, I mean, there might be people that put no limit.
I
but-
don't know. I mean,
but-
I don't know how passionate people are about twice a week pickup. I mean, Okay, so I'll change the brackets from 1 to 5 with capping out at 15 plus.
I think,
You okay with
I
that?
don't know about y'all, but don't you think we've gotten used to 1 and 1? And it meets our needs? I don't know. It does for me, but there's only 2 in our family, so.
Okay,
just-
so my opinion about this, and I think this needs to be another question, and I realize I did not send questions, which I'm kind of glad I didn't. I think we need to add in a question about organic carts.
Yeah, it's in there, I think, isn't it?
I put household hazardous waste, I don't think I put
No,
compost.
that's
Well, I
not-
know the Earthwise Living wanted an organic pickup because they do that in the city of San Antonio.
Is it
So
is it
that's-
called
that's-
organic or is it called composting?
No, it's called organic, and you
It's an
put all of
organic
your
cart.
leaves and your, just all your,
Yeah, because the problem with the once-a-week pickup is we went down to once-a-week pickup, and the bins are 96. San Antonio has 96-gallon totes, but they have an organic cart also, and so that helps, because then you can throw like your limbs and whatever in there.
Okay, so I'll add a composting question. Is everybody okay with adding a composting question? I don't want to make sure
I
I'm
think it
taking-
needs to be called organic.
Organic,
cart.
I'm sorry.
organic, yeah, that's what they call it in the city of San Antonio. Yes, Mr. Campos.
But would something like that, like an organic can, be optional? Is it something that's, you have, like I
Well,
don't know.
this is just finding out whether or not you'd have it and willing to pay for it. And so if they say, I'm willing to have it, but I'm not willing to pay for it, like the answer is no, like I'm not, no, then it should illustrate on the survey.
I don't think in the city of San Antonio they have a choice. They have three bins, I believe. Now, I could be wrong, but
And I think they get fines if they put
but-
wrong trash in the wrong bin.
But,
get
I
fined if you
mean,
put it in
we
a
walk,
cycle
we
and
walk
not-
into the city of San Antonio, quite regularly on our route, and there's 3 cans in each house. I mean, I don't never see it less than 3. But again, they have different days for pickup, but they all have 3 cans.
Yeah, so on that on the composting one, you would just put, would you be willing to pay? You just answer no, like no, you don't
Yeah.
you don't want it, you don't need it. So if you're not gonna pay anymore, you might be okay with having an organic pickup. But if not, then you would just check no on that answer, and that should be illustrated hopefully when we get the survey.
And you'd put in parentheses what organic is, brush, leaves, tree limbs, or whatever,
Yeah.
just so people know.
And so that would be another vehicle?
Separate question. So
No,
for-
another vehicle in our neighborhood. So right now, we have 2 vehicles coming,
Sure,
and if you have
compost or organic.
organic, then
Yes,
it
you would have
be a
another
third.
vehicle on another
Oh.
day of the
Well,
week.
but we used to have 4. You would have 2 trash, 2
Yeah.
twice a week.
No, recycle is once a week.
That was trash was white.
Trash was
Oh, and
twice.
recycle was
only
one.
Was
That's
one,
right.
yeah,
It was on the
mhm.
first.
Right.
So we're
It was on the first day of your
Yeah,
week.
so
Yeah.
we're meeting back there, but then you have the organic, which, environmentalists like.
Okay, so on number 9, so, okay, we got past the once a week question. Now, number 9, twice yearly, the city has large item disposable pickup. On one of them, it was like, would you be willing to pay more for unlimited? Martinez would like to delete that and just put one more additional a year. So how do you want that question worded? Do you want unlimited pickup, or do you want only one extra added a year?
I mean, so it would be 3 a year instead of 2?
Correct. So Martinez's question would be 3. The way the question was originally phrased, it was unlimited.
Okay.
So-
Counselor Stevens and then Counselor
So
Bradshaw.
I don't think it should be unlimited. I also don't think it should be 3. I think it should be, would you be willing to pay more for, maybe start with 16? I mean, the point of the thing.
16
Because
cubic.
unlimited is like
Yeah.
Yeah.
nobody's going to bid on that. Or they're going to give a crate where our RFPs are going to come back astronomical. But I think the intent is to make it more than 8 cubic yards, but not, 100 cubic yards.
We keep it at 8 cubic yards, but unlimited, which means you could do it 10 times a year, 5 times a year.
Yeah, I don't think that's what my comment was gonna be. I don't think it's unlimited, meaning million pickups a year. It's unlimited, meaning how much brush you could put out. That was my understanding.
So do you want
Unlimited.
16 cubic yards 3 times a year?
I'd still go back to twice a year, I think is reasonable.
I think twice a
I
year.
think twice a year is
good.
reasonable. Okay, so explain what your understanding of unlimited.
Unlimited meaning unlimited, the amounts you
Size.
could put out,
Yeah.
not unlimited pickups, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't put brush out
Right,
every
but
week.
the thing is, these companies are not going to bid on an unlimited.
I get that.
Because they're going to be like, oh my gosh, everybody's going to put out 100 cubic yards. because they have these like,
gonna
you know,
cost them
these,
a lot.
they're insecurities.
Right.
So I don't know if we're gonna get somebody to, the bid's gonna be ridiculous, so why, could we just make it like 20, or, I don't know.
Maybe 12.
Yeah, I think Waste Management used to pick up, like, they would pick up like 16 without even questioning it.
That's right. They pick up everything. Counselor Campos?
Is there, I'm in favor of 8, and then trying to figure out what does it cost the consumer or neighbors for that extra cubic feet? Because it never, I'm just looking at what's it,
Right
when
now,
the Lions
nothing,
roar?
because Public Works goes and picks it up.
Say again?
Nothing right now because Public Works goes to pick it up.
The ones that are over.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of Waste Management then, because I remember them coming out and putting a stick or something, they flagged mine.
It would do it, Waste Management did it, Waste Management used to flag large bulk. Tiger did it more, and so that was part of one of the, when this council took office, they called Tiger on the carpet about it, and there was a whole meeting, a whole session. And so since then, they pick up, if you have 16, they pick up 8 of the cubic yards, and then Public Works comes behind them and picks up whatever's remaining. But we went from having, I think, 5 the first time, now we're at 11 houses. Like, I think as people figure it out, that Public Works.
Do you remember how much you paid? Did you pay like under $100 or more than $100?
I think it was
For what now?
under $100.
So it was
what?
probably Tiger. Waste Management, they would only flag, like, because there were stats that I think Melinda had, but they only flagged, like, if you had like 40 yards, then they would flag you and charge you. Tiger, and that was the original complaint, they started charging people for 2 yards, 4 yards, that first round that they went out. And so people were having to pay $20, because it's like $10 per yard or something. And so they would pay $20 or $40, which normally, in the past, they had put out that exact amount, and Waste Management would just pick it up.
So it's the size of the yard. So let's put 16 cubic yards and just see what we'll put in there, 8 to 16 cubic, or just see what kind of bid you get. You may not get anybody bid on 16 at all. But you don't want to outbid, you don't want somebody to bid on us, right? But you just want to know if people would be willing to pay more. If that's the big complaint, right, from the residents on bulk pickup, would they be willing to pay more for more collection service?
Right.
Whatever that may be. And so you can cap it at 16, and then when we write the proposal, then you can put, how much, can you give a detailed itemized listing of your pricing in regards to brush pickup from 8 to 16 cubic yards?
But the point of this survey is to figure out what the citizens. That's why I think these dollar amounts might not be
correct.
the best.
And like I said, we'll change it. We'll max out at 15, and we'll do 1 to 5.
See, so I think of the citizens out in the community that have complained, and they would probably say, yeah, I'm willing. I mean, a lot of them that have felt like they were nickel and dimed by Tiger, especially at the beginning, would say, yeah, I'm willing to pay $2 more per month if I can put out 16 cubic yards instead of 8 cubic. Like, I'm willing to pay another $2 a month for that. And I think that's what isn't that kind of what we're trying to get, is the value of adding something?
Yes, Counselor Campos.
Uh,
And then Mr. Martinez, you're next.
Crystal, I had a question to you yesterday about this, about, even offering the citizens, you have where Tiger will go to your house twice a year, but maybe instead of, we're talking about other times where we need bulk pickup or we have bulk items, that they could station a dumpster, a large dumpster, and maybe the citizens could come and drop it off as one of the options. And the same holds true. I know we talked about household waste and picking it up at your house, but how about on those off cycles that, hey, we can take it maybe when we're talking about 2 other times, but a stationary point where we could come to them, and that way they wouldn't have to drive.
So that was brought up the last time. They just didn't know, how much people would utilize it. So they didn't know how many dumpsters they needed to take. They didn't know how to bid on it. Then they have to turn people away if stuff is mixed in there that shouldn't be mixed in there.
Right.
So it became more complicated when we looked at a stationary issue, when we talked to, because this was brought up when we were talking about the bulk, and we would station it at Raymond Rincus Park parking lot, and then it was like, we don't know how much to charge for that, because are you gonna have 10 people, 16 people, 5,000 people? Who's gonna be there checking to make sure they're Leon Valley residents only? Are you gonna have staff there that day? Who's gonna do that? Like, so it was more complicated than just, here's a dumpster, come and drop off your bulk there. And so they were unwilling to do that. I don't know if they'd be willing to add that into if Waste Management or anybody else would be willing to add that in as a provision in their proposal or not. We can certainly add it as an option item in the proposal, like, a nice to have kind of situation, and see if anybody would bid on that. But I don't want to add it as a question if it's not going to be feasible, if that makes sense, because it's not anything that anybody's been willing to do in the past. So the questions I'm asking are stuff that we have, and then what we've gotten complaints on, so I can gauge how to write the proposal, and then how the proposal is going to be graded. Like, if household hazardous waste is like their number one thing, and Tiger just doesn't offer it, and there's only one company that does, but it looks like we have 90% turnover from the residents that they want household hazardous waste, then you're going to go with the company that provides. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes a weighted factor. And so that's the point of the survey, is just to gauge what the citizens want, so you know how to select the proposal. Because last time what happened was they just went with the lowest bid, and nothing else was really kind of taken into consideration. The citizens weren't asked, and there was like.
But I think if you
uproar.
ask the citizens, would they be interested in it? You know what?
Right, but then what if it's not a thing? Like, what if nobody does it?
Well,
Right.
all we can do is put that as you mentioned, an option. And again, we face the city every time we're here,
Right.
and we're bringing live stream. We just need to tell our citizens, hey, it wasn't available.
Yeah,
Right?
we can add it as I'm also trying to worry about survey fatigue.
Yeah, you don't want it too long.
And so
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure that the questions we're asking are feasible questions, because it's known that people don't fill out questions more than 20 questions in a survey. And so I was trying to keep it to 2 pages with the mayor's additions and some of the added questions. So we can add it if that's what y'all want to do. I don't. The whole reason for me to bring the survey to you is because, again, I don't want to be accused of providing a survey that was pointed in any way. Whatever changes y'all want to make, I'm open to it. So if y'all want to add a question about a 1-day-a-year event to drop off trash, I mean, we can certainly do that.
Is this in the town hall?
This is going to
Or
be
we
for the
just wait
town
to
hall.
see what the,
So I'm trying to keep it as 2 sample sizes. So I want to try the survey out at the town hall just to see how people answer the questions. Then whatever mechanism y'all decide to do, mail out, electronic, whatever you decide to do, will be its own set. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, I want to see if the town hall is reflective of the total, right? Like percentage difference. Because elections are set up this very kind of similar way. So that's one way to do it. And then 2, just to try out the survey. So if there's like a problem with the question, or the question doesn't make sense, or maybe the brackets are off, I can slightly amend those questions before it actually goes out to the mass public. So those are kind of my 2 reasons for it.
All right. Councilor Martinez, he had his hand up.
Wait, I gotta go.
Oh.
So y'all want to add a question in regards to a 1-day event brush pickup
I'm sorry.
as
Yeah.
a question? I just need.
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not sure. I think, can we see how long the survey is first, and then, you
Well,
know,
no,
I
because
think
you don't get
agree.
another meeting.
Yeah, I know. No, I meant
No, sir, how many
tonight.
more questions are there?
How many more questions? And I
scroll
mean,
down.
like you're saying, I agree with you to keep it to 2 pages if
So
possible.
we're at 4.
Yeah, ooh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't have to, I mean, I didn't, when I added those questions, I didn't realize we were trying to keep it to 2. Yeah,
But we're going to delete one. If you delete number 11,
uh-huh,
then you can add Mr. Campos.
okay. Yes, Counselor Martinez, you have a follow-up, and then Counselor Stevens.
If we were to add even $2 to the price for, large, oversized pickups, that's only, okay, 2 times a year, that's $12. That's $24 to to your bill in a year. And then you look at the percentage of people that put out the bulk items and the ones that don't. What is it? I don't think it's even 50% of people.
Depends too, like if we
I-
have a big storm that comes
Yeah,
through.
I know. There's a lot of factors in there. But let's say if only 50% of the people put out large items, they're making a lot of money, even adding $1 or $2 to it. So it kind of pays for itself. And, if I was them, I would think that would be pretty good for the businessman.
Okay.
Answer my question.
Yeah, Counselor Stevens, did you have another follow-up question or comment?
I was just gonna say, I mean, I know where you're going. Well, I like the idea that San Antonio has like their landfill days, because it's nice, but it's much more feasible, I think, than bringing a bunch of dumpsters to like a parking lot. From what I've seen, and there were a lot of complaints before we had the city picking up the extra, which ultimately we are paying for in a sense. But
Yeah,
before
sure.
that, there used to be a lot of complaints, and the complaints were that people want to not be nickeled and dimed if they have 12 cubic yards or 16 cubic yards instead of 8 cubic yards. And the first time around, like 100, because we had to sit down with Tiger, and there were like 140 people or 125 people charged extra, and most of those were very insignificant amounts. There were only a couple that were like in the 40 to 60 yard, where they just put out tons of stuff. And so I think that if we want to accomplish what the complainers want us to do, it would just be to increase that mildly to 16. And going back to what Councilman Martinez said, I completely agree. I think, like, if Waste Management is bidding on this, they might, because they don't even do the bulk pickup themselves. They like contract out with the third party, the single guy that comes out with the grabber, and they may already tell him, hey, if it looks like it's like 16 or less, just pick it up, because there's so many houses that don't have it. And so if they see an RFP and it's like, do you want 16 cubic yards? Waste Management may say, oh, sure, that's like no big deal. We already pretty much do that. And I think that's where we're trying to, citizens just don't want to feel like they're being nickeled and dimed on top of, if they put out a little bit more. And I will tell you, because I personally went with Joey from Tiger Sanitation to a person's house, and they literally get out a tape measure and measure it like to the inches, because that's how much they care about making that extra $10 per cubic yard. So I think that's what citizens just don't want to have to deal with anymore. And I think that people that put out 60 or 80 cubic yards they're going to be more understanding that, hey, you're going to have to pay extra for that. So.
Okay. All right. So
no to the question.
no to the question, yeah, that you want to add.
And I'll take it out. Okay.
Okay. Let's just move on. Yeah.
Next question is the household hazardous waste question. Again, I'll change the brackets for that. Keep scrolling. And then deleting the question in regards to contracted services. So I know this came up when Councilor Martinez about your business and like wanting to be able to pick your own collection. Do y'all want to leave this in there? Do you want to take it out? Do you want to make it for businesses only?
So on this
Yes,
one,
Counselor Bradshaw, because I thought it was going to be too crazy to have
well,
multiple.
no, I don't see a problem with this. Like that's what happened with businesses, right? They can contract out to bring in whoever they want, where it used to be just
Well, we
Tiger.
just removed the enforcement component. We didn't remove it from the
That's right.
contract.
That's right.
We took it from the enforcement. So portion of it. So now I guess businesses can.
That was only for extra dumpster. That wasn't for like weekly service. That was only for like extra roll-offs.
Oh, right. Okay. So drop-offs. But the same thing, it makes it more competitive, right? They can't just say you have to use us, and plus it costs, some ridiculous amount. So the question on this one was like, would businesses support it if we said, you know what, this house has Tiger, this house has Republic, this house has Waste Management, would we have enough business that people could do that and sign up for whatever service they want.
So like when I lived I was technically in the county, we had to pick our own
Right,
trash
so
service.
that's why I would say counties do that, but why can't,
But that,
we do
and I think that came up in the last conversation. I have to have, I'm in a city now, so I have to have their city services. So
Right.
most suburban, because you get a franchise and there's stuff involved in those contracts, but yes, there are some places where you just pick your own trash service. I mean, you call and you get your own trash service. However, that does lead to some cons where you have people that don't select a trash service, then you start having trash pile
build up,
up, and you
right.
have other social economic situations that happen when you don't. But we also still, right now, currently don't enforce people.
not signing up?
Yeah, we took
Right.
that out from the contract as well, or we're not adhering to those
Enforceability.
pieces. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I just can't even imagine, I mean, how many trucks will we have going down the
We
street?
have a lot
I
of
mean,
different
you know,
trucks, yep.
I mean, I just think it's a
Also
lot
another-
better to have, you know, and then I think we'll get a better price. I don't know. I don't know. Well,
Again, it was a question that was
Yeah,
posed. I put
I
it
know.
in there. Do y'all want to delete it or not?
Okay.
I-
I'm for deleting it, but that's,
I'm for
yes.
deleting it. Again, I think, if I understood correctly from the history of this, that we wanted to cut down on, in the carbon going from 2 to 1, and now if we have multiple vendors, then you're gonna have multiple trucks going through there, through the neighborhood and really wearing our streets, so I'm in favor of removing it.
Deleting it. Okay. So I've got one to keep it, one to delete.
So if we're gonna do that, then I say we delete the, recycle bin as well, and just say we just have one bin. Because in reality, lots of companies, they aren't recycling anymore, it's not, profitable, so they take the recycling bin, and then they take the trash bin, and then they get to the dump, and they just dump it all together. So it makes you feel good that you're recycling, but it's not really getting recycled, it's just getting thrown into one big dumpster.
For the first.
So if we
thing-
want to reduce the trucks, which is what you're saying, then let's reduce the trucks and just have one bin and one pickup.
Or 2 bins for trash.
Or 2
if
bins
you
for
need 'em.
trash.
However you want to work. So you want me to take out all the questions in regards to recycling?
I don't know.
I
mean, I
personally
thought that what we have to do is we have to educate on recycling, because what's happening, and I agree with
It's
you,
not
Mr.
happening.
It's not happening. People are contaminating their recycling so that when they get to the facility, they can't recycle because it's
Well, it's
contaminated.
not
So
just
they have
that,
to put it
Mayor,
all
it's
in
that the
trash
companies
can.
themselves are playing these games where they take the recycling bin, but they just go and dump it all in one because it's
Really?
not profitable for
Do
them to
we know
recycle
that
it.
for a fact? I know that,
I don't know for a fact.
I
With
know that-
this, with our carrier, I don't know that, but
Well,
I'm just saying it's
I know
happening all over
Tiger,
the place.
it still says that that
put a
they take
tracker on their
glass,
truck
for
and see.
instance, but they don't take glass. I mean, yeah,
Right,
so
that's what it says per our contract.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just
Aye,
the
aye, aye.
facilitator here, so I just need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to
I
delete the question?
I say to leave it in there. It doesn't hurt to have the data, and then we can see what people, if everybody says they want the city to pick it for them, then okay.
Okay. Do y'all agree with that? Or I still think it's, but I'm open to
So I,
consensus is.
so the businesses will 100% select, I prefer to select my own trash recycling services because they can do a better job of negotiating than we can. However, one of the issues is, and I think Gilbert actually had, this is where I kind of gained an understanding of this a little bit more with the contracts. The businesses subsidize the cost of residential trash pickup. Like if you look at the rates, businesses spend often thousands of dollars a month for bigger businesses on trash pickup, while we're spending $60 a month. The reason why ours is so low compared to like out in the county, or I'm sorry, $60 per quarter, $20 per month. The reason why our cost is so low is because there's so many businesses in Leon Valley. And so Tiger's coming in, and every year they're making like $4.5 million off of commercial, and they're making like $1 million off of residential. The commercial is subsidizing the residential, which is making it valuable for them to come in and give us the lower rates where we don't really have issues. And so that's my concern, is that I personally don't have a problem with the question, but I think when it gets into like actually submitting for the RFP, nobody's going to give a reasonable bid to us if they aren't going to have the whole
Oh, yeah, you won't, I mean,
the
so it's
whole
either this,
contract.
Yeah.
this question, you would do either, a cross tabulation to see if business owners answered this question more than a resident, right? And so you're gonna go off the cross tabulation of the residents answering this question, and if most of the residents prefer city to contract out for trash service, then you're gonna move forward with the RFP. But if you do the cross tabulation and you get the majority of residents that say, no, we want our own trash service, then it's up to the council to decide whether you even go out for an RFP or you say, we're not gonna have contracted services anymore. No contractor will bid on us because they won't know how much they're gonna gain from the contract. They have an estimate now of what they'll gain from our city because we make it a requirement for them to use Tiger Sanitation. Even though we're not doing the enforcement piece, they're still getting a pretty good majority of what they thought they were going to get in the beginning of the contract. They're making a little bit less because we're not enforcing that component anymore.
Right, well, in the reason that we can,
Right, I mean,
we never told them that they're that they have the monopoly on the extra roll-offs.
Right.
And so that's why they kind of can't really do anything about that. And I think we should continue to do that because residents are using that in one less area of monopoly. But I think that it's say that everybody selected, I would prefer to select my own trash recycling services. Say there's like 500 surveys that are submitted, and then there's 4,000 homes. Can you imagine the number of problems that the city will incur after saying, okay, we're no longer gonna, negotiate this contract? Then everybody's gonna have to call around to like Tiger, Waste Management, all this. It's gonna be an absolute shit show.
Yeah.
Like because
Like Crystal said, that's what they do in counties, though.
I mean, they do
So-
it in I mean, it works,
they
but
say-
it's always been that way. Now
Right.
you're switching from
And they
one
say
to
you've
another.
got 5 or 6 providers. There's not thousands of providers in San Antonio. There's a handful.
okay, so
Right.
I have go.
No Republic?
I would recommend this just because my family has Republic, or they did have Republic. Go to the BBB and look at all the major ones: Waste Management, Republic. I haven't looked at Tigers, but if you look at the BBB complaints on those, all of them are people that negotiate their own contracts, like straight up. That's like all the BBB complaints, because of the fact that when somebody has a complaint, the city is almost like the intermediary for them, in a sense, because Tiger knows they have to please the city. But a lot of complaints in the BBB are unresolved. It's okay because you can switch to another provider, but in the end, I mean, just look at I don't know if there's people that can tell us exactly how much they pay for county service, but it's going to be more than we spend. Like,
So are you in favor of deleting this then? I think that's what I'm hearing, but.
I'm okay with it staying, but I don't find it very useful because in the end, getting, like if people put, I prefer to select my own trash, it's going to be a disaster when.
Councilor Martinez.
No, I'm in favor of deleting it, because that's my
All right, so I've got
suggestion.
the
But
So I
let me
feel
finish,
like-
please.
Okay,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Mr. Martinez, he wasn't finished yet. Go ahead.
Mr.
Bradshaw.
My business now is right on the outside of Leon Valley. In fact, you could throw a rock and hit the city limits. But I am paying $87 a month for trash pickup at Waste Management.
Oh, wow.
For a dumpster.
Yeah.
That's totally different. But I'm saying you delete the question if you're afraid of what the answer will be, but.
I say delete the question.
Yeah, if you're afraid of the answer. Okay.
Let me hear from Councilor Bradshaw, and then Ms. Posley
That
has
was,
her
that
hand
was my
up.
point. You delete the questions you don't want to know the answer to. So that's what it sounds like. People don't want to hear what the citizens say. So, okay.
Oh, well, I mean.
I'm just
I hear
saying,
what
leave
you're
it there so that people can tell us what they think. And if we can't find a way to do it, then we can't find a way to do it. But if,
And-
And then you would be deleting your I mean, I said that in the beginning. You get franchise fees from the contract. Not a lot, but you do.
Well,
get
that's true.
Some
I hadn't thought
money.
about that.
Right.
Ms. Posley, would,
4% on commercial and residential. So if you go out, you don't have those franchise agreements.
okay. And we probably need to know how much that is.
4%.
But 4% of what?
Dollars, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it wouldn't, but like.
It's not a lot of.
Okay.
It's not a lot, but it is still franchise.
Yeah,
It's still franchise.
exactly. Okay. All right, so
You,
delete it or keep it in? I mean,
I haven't heard from Ray. I think Will does have a valid point. If you're afraid of the answer, the way that I look at this at this point, I'm okay with leaving the question. And then it's our job, if people come back and they answer, I prefer to select my own trash recycling services, we have to educate them on why that, or we have to do the due diligence to tell them why that's not a good idea. And we have to sell it to them. Like, because ultimately I'm not that afraid of the answer. I just think it's going to be.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might just say, I don't want to have to choose my own service. They might just say that, but I don't know.
Okay, Mr. Ruska, we want to hear from you.
Well, I think we should make the final determination once we have our town hall. Leave it in there, see what they say.
Well, that means leave it in
And
there.
fortunately, they vote as us to make difficult decisions like this. But I'm with Brash. I want to see what they say. And just because they say it, recommend at the town hall doesn't mean that it's going to be there in the final survey. So let me see what they say.
Okay, all right. So,
In-
Counselor
I'm in
Campos.
agreement.
Okay.
I now understand. I'm with Mr. Bradshaw. Leave it in there. What are we
And
afraid?
let's see what
Yeah.
we hear. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, so I'm gonna
sounds
move
good.
into the, Mr. Martinez added about subscribing to the e-news. I don't know if that needs to be in the survey necessarily, but he has that question in there. Do y'all want to leave that question in there? You want to take it out?
Can we
Is
just
someone-
have a card, like, can we have something at the tables or something,
Normally do,
you know, that people can just,
but I mean, this is going, you're
Yeah,
mailing it
I
out, so,
understand.
I mean.
I think these should be anonymous.
So, I'm gonna delete the question.
yeah.
Okay, delete.
And
Now-
this was just on another survey, this next one, I kind of thought it was interesting,
And
but
so
we
then,
might not have time for,
Yeah, so
space
then,
for it.
there was conversation about this being a neighborhood survey, and these are the questions the mayor would like to add, if y'all want to keep it to being a neighborhood survey that includes trash questions. These are the questions, you know, what area do you have the serious problem in your neighborhood? You would select one. I'd probably put this as a list question with check boxes, not kind of in the way this is done. I think it was done this way in order to fit it in a two-pager. And then if it's not there, then list what your problem would be. And then how long have you lived in Leon Valley? Scroll down. And then this is the rent a home. And then what is your preferred method of receiving communication from the city of Leon Valley was her last one. Would you all like to keep those questions in?
But I don't want to make it too cumbersome.
Yeah, I don't think that has
That's
to
a
do
good.
with the
These are good
garbage.
questions. Could it be in a separate survey, not tied to this, sometime later?
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
So the only question I'll keep is the rent to own, and I'll delete the other questions. Does that seem to be?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last survey that we had, that last one, what is your preferred method? That's when we got the definitive answer that people wanted the Lions Roar.
Because the Lions Roar
Yeah.
was supposed to go away with us adopting the e-news to go to electronic communication only to
Right.
save, because we pay about $6,000 bi-monthly for the Lions Roar, and so sometimes a little bit more depending on how many pages are in it. And so we were going to transfer to the e-news to make it a cheaper cost, but then we found out that they wanted to still receive so now we have the e-news and the Lions Roar. But okay, I'll delete the questions, and the only one we'll keep is the renter homeowner question. Okay, that concludes it. So we'll do a run through at the town hall meeting based on these changes this evening and see what we get. And then I'll come back to you with some demos on how you want to distribute this to the mass public.
Okay. Well, will you send it out once it's finalized to the council, just so we can see it before the town hall?
Yes, but I don't
Okay.
want people coming back saying, well, change this question.
No,
that
I
question
understand.
is great," kind of.
Yeah, I'm
But I will send you all
I'm
the-
disappointed
you know
that some of
we
my
are.
questions aren't in there, but that's okay. I don't take it personally.
What are going to be the dollar amount increments
So
on
I'm
the?
going to do what you suggested, which is the 1 to 5, and then end it at the 15 plus. So we won't have the $20 question or the unlimited or no price.
Right.
Should we have
Just two.
smaller increment, like 1 to 3, 4 to 6?
I think we ought to have a smaller increment, I really
So
do.
would you like, I can do
At least for the low.
1 to 3,
It's per. So
4 to
I think
6.
so. Yeah. Yeah,
7
7 to 10,
to 10, and
Stop.
then
and then 11 plus or something.
11 plus.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because if we pay $20 per month now, if it's 11 plus, that's going to make
That's
it
a
go up
lot.
50%
That's a big
just for one
difference.
of the things.
Right.
Brackets. Okay. There you go.
All righty.
Okay.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
I appreciate it. All right, so now it's
8:20?
8:20. All right. Before I make my announcement, we need to announce that we had a couple of birthdays that Miss Possibly wanted me to bring to everyone's attention, Mr. Roscoe and Mr. Campos. So I'm not sure. I thought Mr. Campos's was the end of November, and yours is December 14th. And so we need to honor you with a cake on top of all your other goodies today. And let's sing happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear counselors. Happy birthday to you and many more. Yay. We're so happy for you. Another year older. Okay. All right.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I just have a few announcements because I know we're anxious to get out of here early. I wanted to thank the Leon Valley Police Department staff and volunteers for and all of the other, whoever helped organize and all the donations for a very successful Blue Santa event this holiday season. I mean, I came in on Sunday before the party. I wasn't able to go, but this place was just filled with gifts, all sorts of gifts and packages in the room and then in the hallway. It was just excellent. So thank you. I know y'all did a wonderful job, Chief. Really appreciate it. We were talking about Tiger sanitation, and I got stopped on Sunday by two of my neighbors who said, Mayor, we haven't gotten our bill yet. And I hadn't even thought about it. I said, oh, really? And they said, no, we haven't gotten our bill. And so, but they called Tiger, and I verified it with Dr. Caldera. You still have to pay on time, and if you don't, you'll get some kind of a penalty. So if you don't get your bill, go online or call them or whatever and give them your credit card so that you make the payment by the end of the month. And then, of course, Dr. Caldera we have it on e-news. Your pickup next week and the first week in January are going to shift. So I don't know what day you have, but my day is Wednesday in Forest Oaks, and it's going to shift to Thursday. So it's all on.
Everybody
Shifts one day.
Everybody shifts one day.
One day. Okay, there you go. So that's the easiest way to look at it. So just so you don't miss your garbage, especially during the holiday season. And we had two new businesses recently opened, Laundro Lab on December the 9th behind the B.F. Goodrich Tire on Bandera Road and the Peter Piper Pizza Shopping Center. I mean, if you haven't gone in there, that is so high-tech. It's unbelievable. Huge. And they do a lot of, they'll do your laundry for you and fold it, and they'll do big bulk. But I have never seen dryers as big, 80-pound dryers. Have you ever seen that? I mean, it's a wonderful husband and wife and their 3 kids. And thank you, Roque. You did a real good grand opening that day, which I was able to go, and Mr. Roscoe came. And then the Mom and Son Bakery, which was last Saturday, which I couldn't go to, but I know Councilor Roscoe and Councilor Bradshaw and Councilor Martinez attended. So thank you for that. So. And I know there's new businesses coming in the future that we're going to be excited to hear all about. So, and then last but not least, on behalf of myself and the council and staff, we wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa Day, and Happy New Year. And I hope we have a lot to be thankful for, and I hope 2024 continues to be a great year for us all, and keep safe and keep healthy. So that's it. So on my behalf. Anybody else have an announcement? Oh, okay.
Just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Anybody else?
Happy
Okay.
New Year.
And Happy New Year. Dr. Caldera, thank you. I'll move to her then if you have any additional comments?
So I got a couple. My city manager's report's online and also outside. Tiger Sanitation will pick up live Christmas trees between December 26th through January 31st on your regular collection day. You must adhere to the couple of guidelines. Live trees must be cut into no longer than 4 feet lengths.
Oh, okay.
Trees must be free of decorations and lights. Artificial trees are not included.
Excuse me, is this new this year? I don't remember them doing that. I always thought that we dropped it off at the Public Works and they composted our trees.
No, we haven't done that in a long time.
Oh, okay. I don't have a tree, so I.
We haven't done that in
Okay,
a
all
few
right,
years.
so.
Anyway, I just wanted to let
great,
everybody
thank
know
you.
that. Tiger Sanitation did switch to different software for their billing, but all email invoices were sent out on or before 12/5, with mailed invoices sent out shortly after that, so you should be receiving your invoice in the mail. Something to be aware of is that their new system will no longer do both print invoice and email, so you have to advise folks to check their email. We will also have, they're also encouraging people to log into their customer portal. And I'll get some more information and we'll get something out on the e-news on what that really means.
Okay, one of my neighbors that did call, they had her wrong email address, so you might want to call just to verify it.
Yeah,
So,
call and check, make
yeah,
sure your email's correct.
so-
So we'll be going to electronic and check your portal. That's what they're encouraging.
Okay.
Santa Run started last night. They're out again tonight. So if you go outside, you should see the fire department out and about. The streets and when they're going by is listed online and we've posted it everywhere. City Hall does close the 22nd. We will reopen the 2nd, so we're closed from the 22nd to the 1st. Library is closed through the 23rd through the 26th, and they reopen on the 27th of December.
And how many days do they stay open that week? 27th, 28th, 29th? Are they closed Saturday, Sunday, and Monday?
They reopen on the 27th, so they're open the 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th falls on the Friday, right?
On a Saturday.
On a Saturday, so they're open the 30th, but they're closed New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Okay, so that's Sunday and Monday. Okay, very good, thank you.
And I think that's it. Oh, Blue Santa helped 44 Leon Valley families
Oh,
and
wonderful.
92 Leon Valley children and raised $9,000 this year. So thanks for everybody's
Very
help.
good, yes, that's great, thank you.
And that is it.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful. Okay, the consent agenda is at the end of the agenda for some reason, but 10.1 to 10.5, anyone want those removed to discuss? If not, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move again.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Campos to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda number 11, we've already talked about future agenda items, and I think we had the puppy mills, right? Did we end up?
No, he just wants
Did
to
anybody
report.
want to add the puppy mills or anything? I won't. I'll let y'all.
I don't, but I just want to give you an update. I did talk to Congressman Custer's office about the mailboxes, and they're working on that too. There's 12 other HOAs that are inquiring with him. He's trying to help. They're trying to get that. Apparently, there was a law that passed in 2012 that is making the residents pay for the boxes that are damaged. But during the research, we found out that if it's in the deed restrictions for the HOA, the post office will pay for it. I did talk to the director there at his office, and Washington is still working on it to try to work more things out. And I'll keep you guys informed as it goes on. And also, I would like to ask the chief, I spoke to one of your captains, Dr. Cardilla, and he said that he gives classes on driving and hostile driving, and I think Captain Anderson, is it? Or
No.
What's your captain's name?
We don't have a captain.
You don't have a captain?
We don't have a
Okay.
captain.
I'm sure.
Probably Jason was? Oh, reserve?
Reserve.
So he apparently gives classes on driving technique, and not so much techniques, but as far as aggression and so forth. I would like to suggest, and I'll talk to Mr. Mata also, if we can include him in CPAC. I think it'd be really interesting. He's ready to go if we could do that.
Is that for citizens?
The CPAC,
No, but he'll drive a citizen or help the citizen with
Well, yeah,
defensive driving, or?
You know,
No?
he tells you, well, what he said is that well, I guess you can say more, Mr. Gonzalez or Captain, is that he teaches you how to tone down aggression in driving. And if you have an aggressive driver going after you, what to do, what not to do, and
Okay.
so forth.
But
And,
it's just verbal, it's not actual?
No, it's verbal. He
Okay,
gives a class.
gotcha. Just wanted to
Yes, and I like to
double check on
suggest
that.
that
Okay.
he go to
Okay,
CPAC.
very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anything else, Chief, that you wanted to add? Okay. Anybody else? All righty. Well, at 8:30, we move to adjourn if there's no opposition, which I don't think there will be. All righty, y'all have a wonderful holiday.
All right,
Thank
Merry
you. We
Christmas, everyone.
so adjourned.
Merry Christmas. Hey, you guys, you say you're going down to Corpus? Or you already went down? You going down to Corpus or no?
Yeah. We're gonna take a little doggy with us.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think we'll all let it drive.
I don't know where it's at. I didn't have it the whole night.
Oh, my goodness. And at the beginning.
Yeah, yeah, I'm heading out tomorrow. Yep.
You have to make 2 trips.
Like, I didn't know what you were doing.
Oh, it's not working. Like, it's not, like, I don't know why, like, he said it, but that's why it's doing, it's counting like 5, 6, 4, 3. No, could be now, like, okay, so you're supposed to hit start. Oh, see, now it works. So it needs to do the countdown first. Now stop. And then you should hit reset. Now start. See, it's doing this countdown before it goes to the 3.1, so I need to fix it. It did it the last time. I don't know if it messes him up, like if he's gotta do something extra there.
It's pretty cool. I like it. And I was looking
You
for
like that one?
I was looking for a better cup for my
There you
coffee.
go, there you go. Yeah, coffee cup.
It's off, so
And you're the cool llama. The cool llama in pajamas.
We go take this and I'll be right back for this.
For what?
Yeah, I have to make 2 trips.
Yep, yep. Okay.
So, Dr. Cornell, what's the number? Anybody else?
I don't know. I have to see who the reserve officer. I don't know if they have to do that.
Axel Foley.
I have no idea.
Reserve Officer Foley. You know that one? Axel Foley? Beverly Hills Cop? Come on, Crystal.
I watched
I know you don't.
Beverly Hills Cop.
There's a TV series coming out,
Are they?
like a Netflix or something. I don't know what it's on, but it's one of those. And it's actually Eddie Murphy is in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like he's coming back in his little series.
I showed Felicity like 80s movies, like Gremlins, Beverly Hills Cop. We sat through a whole bunch, and she was like, the graphics are just really bad.
They are. Well, it depends. But some of them, yeah. If they did special effects back then, you watch it like.
She watched Frankie
so
Sister, and I was like, I don't know, you might be scared. She was like, Mom, this is so fake.
All right. See you all next year.
Yeah.
I know. I'm in December birthday too. Older and 2 days here and 2 days there.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Abraham Diaz. Remember, Crystal, Abraham Diaz is the one that gave y'all, had the idea of giving the council the same time off as the city of San Antonio. Yes. Remember? So we've contemplated that, but we've never done, and so we try to flip it, like this year we asked for June, I'm gonna try summer, June 18th, if that doesn't work, because they do take the summer off and they only do budget items in the summer, and they take December off. And so I was like, well, let's flip it, maybe next year we'll take December off, but everybody likes the summer off because it's summer.
How about both off?
Hey, somebody asked me, can we get a spring break? Oh, that's what your vacation time is for. Spring break.
Crystal, thank you for everything.
Thanks, guys.
Happy holidays.
You too.
Beautiful family.
All right, adios.
Bye-bye.
Never mind all that.
I'm coming back. Okay, I didn't really have a chance to really read it, but anyway.
Probably be more in line with time.
I've got one that has three red lights on it.
You tell your wife Merry Christmas.
I know, once you sit, it's like brick.
Oh, Christmas, Chris.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you too.
I was gonna bring your stuff and I forgot it.
Oh,
In
okay.
such a hurry.
Well, no, don't rush.
It's finished.
Okay. I mean, I'm here, so it's just about, you know what, tomorrow, will you be home tomorrow? I'm going to the senior luncheon at 11, so.
I planned on it.
Will you,
I have a customer
okay,
coming.
I'll call you.
Okay.
Maybe I'll swing by either, probably after the luncheon.
Okay, that'd be good.
Not before, because I think I'm gonna go to the office and then come back, and then Crystal and I are taking our vacation.
That sounds good.
So. But have a wonderful Christmas.
So you do have a captain.
He's not a
He's
captain.
a reserve captain.
He's reserved, but he kept his San Antonio title. He's not a captain. He's not a break. He's not a real captain. He's imaginary.
Things very, very strong. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Nobody owns these positions. You must. And
That's right.
so
Spend my
simply
business.
ask. There we go.
Right?
Are you going to come tomorrow? Well, you know what? I'm here. I think, well, I'm going to the, I got to do something. Anyway, and so then I'm going to go by Pat's house and pick up some stuff that she has for me. I know, I live in these kinds of, so, anyway, I have a question, but I have a question. On what? On the song. Oh. So we agreed to that. I saw the notes, but I'm like, I haven't digested it, but anyway.
That little blue bag you got.
Yeah.
Did you want to do?
Put one in. Oh, yes, I did.
Okay.
I love that little blue bag. You know that little blue
Yes.
bag that y'all gave us? And I think I just stuffed it too hard and it ripped, so thank you.
Well, the zipper, I tried to fix the zipper, but it
No,
doesn't.
no.
I'll put a new zipper in.
Fantastic. You're awesome.
Okay.
You're so awesome. Thank
All
you.
right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I'll come by tomorrow.
Okay.
And then, I think I said we wouldn't meet, so do you think we should meet? We will. I have a problem. It won't take. I'm here all day. Yeah. Wednesday. Well, I was asking Angela if she was going to be able to.
Gonna try to take off Thursday.
Yeah.
She's gotta come in during the holiday. She got a webinar and we have some payroll stuff. And then I try to come in here and there just to make sure the building's still standing, you know, but.
Well, you know, I just hope and pray. Yeah, that it keeps quiet.
Well, normally during Christmas it's okay. I mean, I think the biggest issue I'm gonna have is Sandra Caldwell Martinez, you know.
Yeah.
But we may have, you know.
She called her back. I did, I left her a voicemail.
But she also agreed that that voice on the voice.
It did not sound, that's not her.
It's not her.
Oh, see, and I don't know that because you all talked to her longer.
It does not sound like her,
No, it does not.
so I don't know.
I've got to go get this to Sandra, and then got this doggone pillow now that oh, that's right, she's all the way down there.
Yeah.
So, I think she's coming.
I don't know, if not, I can take it to her, I gotta go walk down there to eat. Not, she's probably gone, Mayor.
No, she's right here.
There she is. Please.
Oh, thank you.
She's gonna walk down there.
Oh, gosh, don't do that. You
Well,
can always put
I
on
wasn't
your
sure.
desk and I know
Okay, I just put it on my desk, well, I know.
that. Thank you.
You putting your pillow back in your office?
Yes, I am, isn't that crazy?
Oh, she still has more.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are knotting tonight, huh?
Yep.
Anybody else need anything?
You want to take the plates?
No, they'll stay up there. But there are warm tamales. I just put them in the fridge.
There's what?
Warm, delicious tamales. If you want any, I just put the lids on them and put them in the fridge.
Hey, y'all can eat them for snack tomorrow.
Not me. I'm good. I saw Chinese food from today. You didn't cook for lunch. Thanks a lot.
I was busy.
It's only my birthday.
I know, I'm sorry. Happy birthday. Did you have a good one? I know, it was the other day.
It was not a good one.
No?
It was not a terrible one, but it was a weird one. So I was here, and then I went to see my dad, and
Well, that had to be entertaining.
Dad left me a voice message.
Oh.
He sang me happy birthday.
Okay.
And he forgot the words. But it was precious. It really was. And I just lost it when I heard it. I went to see him, and he just didn't want to let me go. He was just very huggy, and I think they changed his medicine or something, but
Oh, no.
just doesn't want, like, my sisters will leave after being there 3 hours, and I'll get there. Here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it was not good. I was exhausted too. So I went home, and I didn't really want to eat. I was just like, it was just a sad thing. But I knew I needed to eat because I hadn't eaten all day. So I got myself a burger, crying at the drive-thru. She's like, have a nice day, and I'm like, okay.
Like a candy cane.
I didn't see that. I thought you was like help.
Well, I just saw this
Which
red
is
shirt,
just
and I said, I'm gonna wear this red shirt with this red suit, and
Yeah.
it works.
I went home and I slept for 11.5 hours.
That had to be okay.
That was my birthday.
That had to be
It was
okay.
great. It was great.
Well, you needed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Sometimes you do.
Mm-hmm.
Listen
I'm
to your
trying to
body.
do that. I have so many things I need to be doing, but I've done that the last 2 Saturdays.
That's okay.
I woke up Saturday, watched the movie, stayed in my bed till 1.
Boy.
Great.
Well, you need to do that. You really do.
Yeah.
That's important.
Nice.
All righty, take care.
The mess will still be there to clean up,
That's
right?
right. Hey, and for some reason, Sandra, I always say it always gets done.
Yeah.
You know, what needs to get
When I
done always
have the
gets done
energy.
somehow.
We get the energy just like we get the,
Yep.
the poop. Not the poops. The,